Today is March 5th, 2024. The time is currently 5:40, and we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. And I would like to, before we give our invitation, today the council, along with our tribal members, had received news today that Miss Lily Cummings Brandt passed away. And our heartfelt condolences is for her family. And we also want to recognize her as well as serving on the council back in 2003 as a council member. And so I know her service to our Pawnee Nation is one that will be remembered and also cherished by our Pawnee people, and the work that she's done here among our Pawnee people at that time. And even in the community, the impact that she's made. And so, again, our hearts and our prayers go out to her family at this time. So I just wanted to make that acknowledgement. And so with that, let's go ahead and have our invocation. And I'm going to ask Secretary Gardapi if he would be more than willing to give our invocation.
No, Dios, we come to you tonight just to thank you for allowing us to gather like this. I know we have a little bit of agenda tonight, so I pray that you guide each and every item that is on our plate tonight. And just want to say a prayer for all our mourners out there, especially Lily Cummings, all her family, Auntie Lily. Just pray that we have a good meeting tonight, and bless this food that was provided, nourishment to our bodies, Lord. And all these things I say in your Son Jesus' precious name, amen.
Thank you for that, Secretary Gardapi. With that, we'll go ahead and move into our roll call.
Misty Nuttall.
She's excused.
Jordan Canuho.
Here.
George Gardapi here. Carol Chapman.
Here.
Cynthia Butler.
Titaku.
Donna Hare.
Titaku.
Gene Evans.
Titaku.
Sammy Kimball.
Here.
All right, thank you, Secretary Gardapi. We have a quorum. We'll move on to item 3, approval of agenda. It does appear that we do have some changes, so I'll turn that over to Secretary Gardapi.
Our changes are on the screen, but they're not in front of me. I'm trying to access it on my computer. Oh, in my packet. I should have looked a little deeper. Okay, so we have some changes tonight. Under new business, 3B, we're going to take off. 3C, 3D, we're taking off. We're still going to go with approval of 1067. That'll now be B. After that, discussion interaction of tobacco rebate, we're taking that off of the agenda. Approval to amend Resolution 2144, we're going to be taking that off the agenda as well. We'll be taking off I'm sorry, we're adding these last 3 items. C, D, E, F, approval to amend Resolution 2170, ARPA allocation, premium pay housekeeping, and then we're going to add 4 Land and Property Committee recommendations. A, discussion interaction on division of agriculture land recommendation, and then we're going to add 4B, approval of resolution 2409 land allocation to Charlotte Council Earth Lodge, and then we're going to add 4C, approval of resolution 2411 calorie pear tree planting prohibition and removal. And then under executive session, we're going to add a number 2, discussion on staff shortage, and those are all the changes as I see them.
Thank you, Secretary Gardapi. With that, Council, is there any other additions or subtractions from the agenda? And if not, do I have a motion to accept the changes with changes?
I'll make the motion.
Motion's been made by Councilman Kimball. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Secretary Gardapi. Hearing no other discussion, call for the vote, please.
George Gardapi, yes. Carol Chapman.
Yes.
Cynthia Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare. Gene Evans.
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Motion carries. Moving on to item number 4, Pawnee Business Council travel requests and reports. Is there any travel requests or reports from the council this evening?
Vice President, can I?
Yes.
I have a travel request for June 11th and 12th for Sovereignty Symposium.
Okay. All right.
To attend Sovereignty Symposium.
Okay.
Changing this year from the Supreme Court sponsoring it to Oklahoma City University Law. I think they had some cases that were coming before them, so they had to step back.
Okay.
I do have a report whenever it's time.
Okay. We'll entertain a motion to approve the travel request.
I'll make that.
All right. Motion's been made by Councilman Kimball. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Evans. Call for the vote, please.
George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare, Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Motion carries. That'll be June 11th and 12th. Councilwoman Butler and Councilwoman Hare will be attending the Sovereignty Symposium in Oklahoma City. Before we go into reports, is there any other travel requests from any of the other council members?
No, but I still have a comment. I'd really appreciate the executive office having a calendar for our staff, for our council, to know when we're in and out of the office. It'd really be very helpful, including the ED. That would be very helpful to us. Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, I'll give the floor over to Councilwoman Hare for her report.
Thank you. On February 25th, I attended the 9th Annual Legislative Day at the Oklahoma Judicial Center and at the state capitol. And it was put on by the Oklahoma Council on Indian Education. And the purpose is to advocate within the state of Oklahoma for Native American students. So it started at 8:30, and they had a speakers program, and where they had tribal leaders speak out, and they asked the tribal leaders, and there may be about 8 of us in attendance, to just say something to the students that were in attendance, because there were quite a few high school students there. And so we all did, and the one thing that I had told them was to, I was kind of at the end, so I didn't want to repeat, but to consider tribal colleges when they're looking at colleges, in Oklahoma. And anyway, so it was a good thoughts were passed on, good words were passed on to the students. They had a student group there from Riverside, and they were had a drum, and that was good. So they had some key issues that they talked about: the importance of service and programs for Native students at Oklahoma's higher educations, building tribal leader capacity, initiative, and that is with the National Indian Education Association. They also gave an update with the, Margot Gray was there, and then Senate Bill 429, they said was a success, and this was with the National Congress of American Indians. So they had a roundtable, and then they had some state representatives come in and talk to the students during lunch. And there was a Pittman, and her mother was Julia Pittman, and her name is AJ Pittman. Dynamic. They're Seminole, and they're both, in Seminole, but the daughter replaced the mother for her seat in the state Congress, and they represent the North Oklahoma City area. But she was inspiring, and she really got the attention of those students. So it was nice. And then we had an Indian taco lunch that was catered by Horse Chief Catering, and so Moni and Beta and Caleb were there, and they were all decked out, and they looked really nice, and so made us proud. But Yeah, and so that was it. After that, they went over and toured the Capitol, and so I didn't go on the Capitol tour, but they took the students through. So that's my report.
Thank you very much, Councilman Hare. Any questions or comments on the report from the council? Hearing none, I do want to say I appreciate you attending that. I know a couple of the council members received some inquiries if any of our leadership was going to be represented at that, and I appreciate your availability for that as well. So thank you. Definitely. All right. Moving on, we're going into item 5 of our agenda, which is new business. Item number 1, discussion on 2024 Pawnee Indian Veterans Homecoming. Pius, you going to present on that, or who's going to present on that? All right. The floor is yours, sir.
Turn it on here. All right. No, can everybody hear me? All right. Good evening, council. Wanted to come and formally, request that we look forward to having the Pawnee Homecoming Dance out here on the Tribal Reserve for 2024. The dates will be the 4th through the 7th. That's that first weekend in July. The 4th of July falls on Thursday this year. So we're looking forward to that. And normally I would start off with talking to the property committee to, ask if it's okay to use the facilities, and then, come up to the council, to ask you guys if we could use the facilities out here formally. But this year, I wanted to come to you first, and then during that weekend time, if we can utilize that roundhouse for that weekend that we're going to have that homecoming dance this weekend, because we want to be able to, have our dance for the full 4 days of the homecoming this year. So that's why I want to come and formally ask you guys that.
All right. Council, any questions or comments?
I do. Pius, thank you. I thank the veterans for your service and continuing on this traditional, long-time historical homecoming that the Pawnees enjoy. Bring a lot of people home and lots of activities and happiness. For me, I really enjoyed last year. It felt different. It felt fresh. It felt right. It just felt really, really good. I'm a proponent to move forward with that. I trust that your team will be putting plans together and figuring out all of the, the back end of it, of your planning and such. But I, as a Pawnee tribal member, makes me really proud to have it here at our home place. And I thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I have a couple questions. One is, so you've already, what it is to have it out at the football field, and then now from last year, you know what it is to have it here at the reserve. Is there significant cost savings to moving it out here versus having it over at the football field? Or is it kind of more of a wash at that point?
It's kind of evening out a little bit, but also too, we had a lot of new sponsors that helped us out a lot, you know. That's been helping us out with different costs like the lightings and the homecoming booklets and stuff, and a lot more sponsors and everything that's been helping out. So I think it is. I think it's a lot better last year, and it's going to be a whole lot better this year. You know, as far as savings go, but we're also doing a lot more activities as well. We have a lot more dance categories as well. We also got the women's fancy dance bustle contest. We got that from the SAP program, so we're going to carry that on as well. So, but I think all in all, a lot of things are a lot better here than to have it in the city and the county.
Okay. And then you mentioned too, utilizing the roundhouse. And one of the things that I would say as the caveat to that is, unfortunately, last year, as the tribe know, we had a death in the tribe during that time, and the family wanted to use the roundhouse at that time. Just from my own understanding and from the experiences that I've seen is that if there's another, I mean, hopefully that doesn't happen. That was a one-time situation. But if that was to occur and the family does want to use the roundhouse, it's understood that families have precedence over the facilities here at the reserve. If that happened here tonight and they wanted to use this facility, we wouldn't be here at this facility. We would be over at the Rome Chief or over somewhere else because from my understanding, and anybody from the council can correct me if I'm wrong, but they'll always have precedence over the facilities that we have here at the tribe. And so hopefully that will also be the understanding. If, like I said, I hope that doesn't happen again, but that was just an unforeseen circumstance, which is always going to be that case going further as well.
Yes.
And can I add to that? Sure. I think that the Nasharo Council is trying to get that all ironed out and figured out, and we'll bring that to our table here. It was unfortunate, and we lost a lot. I mean, that's the issue of trying to stay traditional and also trying to take care of the tribe. And it's an awkward thing, right? Mm-hmm. But it cost. I know that did cost you a lot of money. I know that you had a lot of sponsors and a lot of vendors that left, and I don't know if they'll be back. You know, I hope they do. I hope they do come back, and I hope you all get that all ironed out and figured out. But it certainly was unfortunate.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm just going off of what I understood, though. It's just any facility, the family has precedence over anything else that we have, whatever the activity or the occasion presents at that point there. So, Council, any other comments or questions? With that is
Vice President?
Sure.
Vice President Canuho?
Yes, Treasurer Chapman.
My car is really loud. I want to thank Pius and all the other veterans for their hard work in keeping the veterans organization together and going strong. This is a historic organization that provides this wonderful traditions for our people, carries it on. And I would like to, if I may, I don't know, maybe not, but I would like to make a motion that the veterans organization be allowed to use the building during the powwow. And is that?
I'll second that only if you add to it, because his request is to use the campus for the homecoming, which includes that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you add that, I'll second.
Yeah.
Oh, add it.
Okay. Treasurer Chapman, you caught what Councilwoman Butler mentioned on that?
Martin, I couldn't hear you.
The second was by Councilwoman Butler, with the understanding that it's a request to use the campus.
Yes, yes, I agree.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor for the veterans to utilize the Pawnee Nation campus for the Pawnee Indian Veterans Homecoming, and a second by Councilwoman Butler. Council, any other discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote, please.
George Gardapi, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes,
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Aho.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Thank you very much, Pius.
All right. Thank you very much, and I look forward to working with the tribe and everyone here, as opposed to last year. You know, I just really want to let you know that the whole tribes and all the departments, they really did an awesome job in preparing and prepping for the homecoming dance out here as well. So I would like to acknowledge all of our departments, and I thank them again, and I look forward to working with the tribe again, so we can have another great homecoming this year.
Yes,
All right.
thank you very much.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it.
Have a good evening.
Yep.
Pius.
All right, moving on in our agenda, we have item number 2 under new business, which is approval of resolution 2410 Chilocco Solar Farm project. We have our executive affairs director, Brian Kirk, who is going to be here tonight to present on this. I'll turn the floor over to him at this time.
Yes, hello, council. So what this resolution is kind of similar to the resolution that we brought back in September of last year. So I know this was removed last September to go back and work on the lease agreement, which is the following document with this. So what we're looking at is looking for approval of passing this resolution, intent with the solar lease to work on the solar farm at Chilocco. So it's been a working document, and just if there's any additional feedback, I'm willing to make those edits. I know we went through Utility Commission, Property Committee to get where it is today. So just to kind of give a little back history was, I know back in September we were looking at doing a 100 megawatt solar farm at Chilocco. It's about 600 acres out of the 820 acres in Chilocco. So there was some recommend changes from the property committee, which was, one of them was being, if we decide to, priorities change, put the land back to its normal state or better. So we were able to put those caveats in here. All the highlighted areas that you see in the document has just been the changes that have been discussed through the development of this. One of the things that was also asked was the federal court in, I think it was section like 15.8, I believe. And one of that thing is to, if there was any type of litigation, go through tribal court. I know in there it says federal court. So working with the partners as well as us and others, they have been very open in making all of our recommend changes. This is just one that they felt like it was more comfortable on an equal playing field if there was any type of litigation to keep it in federal court. So they are here if there are additional questions throughout this document or whatever. We can make sure we can make those recommend changes. But they've been working with us very due diligence in making those changes. I know a lot of people from many different levels have asked clarification, recommendations. They've been openly supportive of those changes. This is just one that if we wanted to kind of talk back and forth of the dispute resolution, they're happy to kind of explain a little bit of that. Because I know with some of our projects, we've allowed that language in here, so it's just allowing everybody to kind of get some questions and answers answered. So I'm happy to answer any questions, go through it, whatever y'all feel best. But yeah, I'm here to.
Okay, thank you very much, Brian.
I have a
Councilman
question.
Kimball?
What other contracts do we have that we didn't exercise our own sovereignty as with the tribal court?
Most recently, I believe with the broadband ones, with the Reconnect 3 and 4, the behavioral health one, those are 3 of the most current ones. I have to go back and see what back history ones.
Why
But,
would we do that?
you
I mean,
know, it's,
we're a nation, and we have our own court system, so why aren't we using our own court system? And that's why we don't have a lot of growth in it. I mean, if we were utilizing it a lot more, we would see a potential growth going on in that division, but we don't happen to see it because of this type of stuff. And I am really not happy going in that route.
it's just the art of negotiation through partnerships. I mean, it's just one of those
But we
discussions we've had with limited sovereignty of, waiving that, it's just, again, when we're trying to develop partnerships, it's just one of the things that,
I understand,
but,
But I'm a
I
no.
hear what you're saying.
but I'm a
that-
no.
Okay.
I'm a no on that. I don't like doing that. How else can we exercise our sovereignty? How else can we do that? We're trying to put ourselves there. We are self-governance tribe. We have our own accommodations here. I don't want to get stuff tied up in federal court.
Well,
And
one
then
of the
that's-
things, oh, sorry. I didn't
I'm
mean
just
to cut you.
saying, I don't want to get hung up in federal court and having our AG and other attorneys, having to go through that rigmarole and having the nation have to do that. That's just like a big old, slow process.
Yeah, and I know on some of the things with the previous projects, something similar to this is like, one of the resources that the partnerships are bringing is, the capital side of it. Pawnee Nation is not out of pocket on the capital aspect of it, so they're bringing the capital asset to invest in Pawnee land. So it's just one of those caveats where that we've seen that, since the Pawnee Nation is not technically out of pocket millions of dollars, there's that
Well, no, but
compromise.
they're using hundreds of acres of land, and they're not paying market value for that land. They're taking our land and they're going to go in and they're going to put their equipment up and they're going to be working out there, and we are, we're just being hopeful and faithful that, they take care of that land for us. But then if that doesn't happen, then we have to go to federal court. We got a court right here. That's my point.
We'd like to thank you, by the way. This is Dylan Lewis. I'm with SAC, and again, we've been working with you guys for about 3 years. We'd like to thank you every meeting we get to have. I'm from South Dakota, the Lakota Waptum Sioux Indian tribe in Siston. I totally understand those concerns. We do not want to encumber any of the land or get anything that is obviously taking the tribe out of the driver's position here. And so I think all it really is for us is just O&M. Like, they just need to be able to, because there's a performance guarantee in there that we make sure that we're always producing electricity. So they just have to have access to the land. That's pretty much it. And so, I can totally understand those concerns because, the goal is to make sure that the tribe has as much power and energy independence as they possibly can get. And so what does that timetable look like? And that's, I guess, where we're at now is we want to make sure that we at least set the stage with that. And that's just next steps are really interconnection and identifying the land. And so however we can maximize that land and make sure that, you have the least amount of risk as possible. That's the goal. But here for that particular language, it really is just for the tax credits. I mean, if there's a way, we've used it before It's pretty boilerplate. If there's a way we can move it around to make sure that you guys are comfortable, we have no problem doing it at all. But yeah, that's totally understand where you would say, obviously, we are a sovereign nation. We have, the only thing is we're getting the tax credits from the federal government. So whenever we go to move forward with the project, they just look, is it a third party that's doing the arbitration, or is it, the federal government? And in this particular case, it was the federal government. There might be some ways to move that around. The one thing I'd like to ask is that if you look at what can possibly go wrong, obviously that's what people look at, like what's the worst thing that can happen. Really, everything is on us. It's all on the performance of the system. In the contract, we literally have to put it back to where its current state is, if not better. And so when we've had to do that in the past, and we get to, just being respectful of the land. But in regards to anything you guys can possibly think that can go wrong, or any other tribes that we can introduce you to, for them to tell you any of those, things that can possibly go wrong. Really, it's on us. It's really us to make sure that we perform, and then you guys get your lease payments, and that you never, encumber that land at all.
What is your name?
Well, my name is Dylan Lewis.
Hi, Dylan.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, thank you. And I apologize to you. I had no idea that you were on the call. Otherwise, I would have directed my questions to you. So
No problem.
you made a light and made sense as to why we would be going to federal court, because it's your federal initiatives and your taxing initiatives and such like that. So I get that, and I would be fine with that. I didn't want to have to not do that. That would have been my first choice, is to go through our tribal court. But again, had I just known this to begin with, I probably wouldn't have spent 5 minutes with my little dissertation on why we need federal tribal courts.
No, that was a great breakdown, 100%. So I totally understand that. No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Also, Treasurer Chapman has her hand up, and so I'll recognize her, and then afterwards, Councilwoman Butler.
I didn't know he was on.
I just forgot to take it down. I'm sorry, Vice President.
All right, that's fine. Councilwoman Butler?
Thank you, Sammy, because that was a question that I was going to ask as well. And thank you, Mr. Lewis. Dylan, for giving that explanation, because it does shed more light, because I want to be able to understand why we're not utilizing our own tribal court. So thank you, Sammy, for asking that question. I do have some concerns about the resolution, because the intent that you're asking for, it says you're asking for signature authority for a letter of intent, but there's no letter of intent attached. You're asking, or it says that this resolution is supporting, it's a resolution of support, and then it's a resolution to give authority to SAC to do certain things. So I'm just a bit confused on what the resolution's asking for.
No, thank you very much for that question, by the way. That also is one of our boilerplate tribal resolutions. We've used that with many in the past, many tribes, and it doesn't have any teeth to it. So there's no legal binding to that. All it allows us to do is to go into the utility and into like the authorities having jurisdiction. So like the Department of Energy or the USDA, they just know that, okay, this is something that's in the works, and it allows it to kind of to move forward. So basically just with those entities.
Okay.
So you just want it to be a letter, or to be the signature authority for the letter of intent, and we necessarily don't need all the other stuff saying that we're giving any authority. Because to me, Pawnee Nation, we've always written our resolutions so they could stand up in court. Because we could be questioned by a court of law, and it could go back to this resolution. Well, you guys gave them this authority, and if you're saying that has no teeth to it, then why would we even have to put any of this in there?
Oh, no, that's also a great question. It's because this populates the lease agreement. So when you go in with this document, the tribal resolution, basically explaining what's happening with interconnection, and then you go in with the lease agreement, collectively them together, that's what they need to move forward, with interconnection and with any AHJs, the authorities having jurisdiction.
So then
But you're right. It would not trigger. This by itself would not move the needle.
Well, then that just brings another question, because attached is a solar lease, but we're asking for a land lease, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So, and we've gone through the property committee to get a land lease approved?
Yeah.
I see that this is
It's gone through
why I
it's-
have questions, because this resolution says a lot of stuff, but there's only one thing attached. Is it a letter of support, a letter of intent? You know, what are we really doing? What is it that you're looking for? Because if it's just to do a land lease, then that should be what this is, and then our format land lease be attached. That's why there's confusion. Because the now therefore be it resolved just says that we're gonna have President Nuttall sign a letter of intent for you guys to enter into a land lease for the property at Shalaka. But then you
Yeah,
got
so then
all this other stuff up
No,
at the top.
absolutely. Yeah, again, we try to, whenever we format it, just to format it to what, again, the DOE and, again, the interconnection have approved. I know that I'm meeting some of the team out at RES here, I think next week. And so we were talking about, if we needed to change some of the language accordingly. But when it's said and done, really the main thing that's in there is letting them know that look, there's because there's capacity on that line, and that's really what you guys want. But that's what you're staking claim in right now, because there's a lot of people going out there just trying to basically timestamp in the interconnection queue the capacity on those transmission lines. And so with that language, it allows you to go in there and say, yes, we are, looking to stake claim in this capacity on this line. And that allows them to put that aside for you once you're in that queue. And so totally with you, we do not want any language that just bogs it down by any means, but some of it just is to get them through the process of interconnection.
So the lasting
But we-
question that I have is, are we approving this solar lease, or are we actually going to approve a land lease?
So this is going to the next stage with what he was talking about, the interconnection, is to do the feasibility study to see if it's feasible to actually start the construction of the solar lease. So there's a pieces in here, which is what he's kind of referring to, is like what DOE and all of them are requiring us, is allowing us to start that conversation with Interconnect to start doing the solar feasibility study. Now, once we get
Wasn't that a project that you did not too long ago? You had a solar.
that was on this campus.
On this
that
campus,
wasn't
it didn't include all of our land on including Shalaka?
No, because the one that we did here was more just looking at the government buildings and what would kind of help, because that was a different project with the different objectives, which with that was just intent was trying to offset the utility usage on a government level. This one's more of generating energy and selling it back and kind of making a profit on it, which the intent with the solar lease that we did here on the campus was a little bit different objectives, which was just trying to lower our utility costs. So this one's a little bit large scale, where we're actually looking at getting that relationship with interconnection, saying, hey, we're proposing a 100 megawatt solar farm. What we're basing this off of it, this is what we believe that it's going to, generate, and what we can negotiate with the power company of what we can sell back and so forth. Well, what we're trying to do is start that conversation. Now, this solar lease allows us to do that, but, without, like he mentioned, there's no teeth, because, we need that feasibility study to move into the next phase, which will have a land lease that would be similar to a lot of language that's in here, but moving to the next phase. But DOE, and that's where it gets kind of complex, because when you're looking at the higher level government agents, they look at from certain goggles, and when it's working with our lands, it's a little bit more complex. So,
Okay, and I hate to just cut you off a bit, and thank you for the explanation. I think we heard part of this in September, but you're asking for a letter of intent, but there's no letter of intent for us to approve, correct? Basically.
So I mean, we can change
and I'm all
that.
for the project, guys. Don't think I'm not. It's just
I know
it
you
just to me it just seems
This just covers like a bunch of stuff, so it's just really, we're actually doing this resolution, number one, to support them. They're going to be a representative of the nation, right? But then it's also for the application.
and the
For
only
DOE, USDA,
The only reason I
BIA.
ask for a letter of intent to review before it gets signed is because we allowed our president to sign a letter of intent before that was all unprofessional looking. It's the only reason why I'd like to look at the letter of intent, because, you know, anything that comes out of our president's office should not look like a high school student wrote it or typed it out. There's a part of a professionalism that should be always adhered to when we're doing resolutions, when we're doing letters, when we're doing anything that we're doing, because we're conducting business, guys. And that's the reason why I want to see a letter of intent. Because what if it says something that we don't agree with as a council when we're pre-approving it based upon whatever's written after the fact? And I think this was my comment in September whenever we did what did we do? We tabled the resolution. I think that was my comment then, now that I'm thinking back, because there was no letter of intent written or given to us then either. So I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm not for this project. I would just like our due diligence in providing the supporting documentation that goes along with it.
No, thank you for that as well. I mean, I couldn't agree more. Just again, just to make sure nothing's bogged down there. We did have, it was a while back, 'cause I think we've been working on it almost 3 years now. But there a while back, we did have a signed letter of intent in the beginning, and we did, again, our goal was never to handcuff the nation by any means. So we wanted to make sure that we were, you know, able to perform and make sure the scope was taken care of. And so that letter of intent, I think, did expire. I think Brian had mentioned that, but I know that we were comfortable on our side, just moving forward with the tribal resolution. But honestly, it's 100% if we need a hyper focus just to trigger solution with having the LOI in there, that's a problem. We can write that. Make sure you guys are, you know, you have that language.
So you're looking at the resolution as the letter of intent? Is that what you just said?
Yes, yeah, that's because, yes.
I'd like to revise the
because
resolution just a
originally
little
we
bit.
already, and I should have explained that, we already had one signed. So yes, that would be ideal. But if we do need to, you know, to have both for, you know, protocol over there, it's no problem. We can do that.
Brian and Vice President Canuho, I'm sorry I'm taking up too much time for this, but I would like to make some suggestions for the change, for just a couple of changes. It'll say the same thing. It's just there's a couple of things that I saw in there that grammar things, other things that didn't make sense. Like, I'll get a revised one to you if we don't pass it tonight. If you guys do, and then it's up to the council what they decide. But also wanted to make mention that in the solar lease that I was going through the solar lease and I was looking at some of the sections, and it says that a lot of them say has the meaning set forth in section like 12.2, 22.2, section 37, section 36, and it was hard to find those sections because I wanted to see because one of the things I saw in the definitions was, I think it was something about cost. And so I was going down through there and I could not find that section. I don't know if they're misnumbered, I don't know, but you know, that I would like to see that get fixed and also be pointed to some of those concerns, because like I said, I wanted to see what we're doing, how we're doing it, and what these costs. I think it's
Absolutely.
construction rent,
Yep.
construction fees, things like that, if that could be fixed. But what was the last thing? After, you know, if this is approved and a land lease is done and then your solar lease is approved, you're doing a feasibility study, correct, Brian?
Yes.
Okay, so all those aspects
absolutely.
are coming into that. So we're passing the resolution for the letter of intent, or then we're going into a land lease. Then you'll be going into a solar lease, correct? And then you guys will be going through ERC to get permits, because, you know, we have permits for things like that, environmental. So just making sure that you guys go through the last step and process, because, you know, we do have taxes and stuff. And so I don't know if you guys,
Sure.
I don't know why we would waive tribal taxes, you know, and it's just a permit.
No.
And I don't know what other
No,
taxes that they impose.
And we can share all the numbers with you guys to make sure that, you know, taxing accordingly works there. And thank you for that. I would like to say the goal was to have the lease kind of walk and talk like the other leases you guys would have with the cattle or someone that just has a tomato farm out there. It's very straightforward. Just in this case, they're just growing, you know, the sun. And so I think it goes from like, you know, $38 an acre to like, you know, $750 an acre right now. I know that, you know, as far as we're concerned, we would like to, get as much in there for Pawnee Nation as possible. And so we feel like, we could do that if we can increase the ITC, and which is the investment tax credit and a couple other things. But as of right now, it really is not, there's no need to necessarily, think that we can't get in. But, and I'm not a salesman, I'm a businessman, and there's no high pressure. The only thing is, at some point, the capacity is gone in that line, and there's just no opportunity left, and that's okay. I mean, there's something else I'm sure that can be done with that land, but that's really what you guys want to go in for right now, is just make sure that you're staking kind of your claim in that. And so we can go through legal anytime this week or next week, and redline that with you guys to make sure you guys are comfortable. I think I'm meeting some of the team out there again in Nevada. But yeah, that's really next steps. Again, if there's anything else in there that you guys think, I mean, there's things that we're not talking about right now because I don't want to make this unsimple. But there's other revenue streams I'd love to really to start discussing that this is producing, like environmental attributes and just some of the green stuff, the jobs again, and I heard someone talking about a college earlier, how there's incubation and renewable energy programs that go along with this as well, and so. Those are all, good things, obviously. We can talk about those whenever, but, whenever we want to get down to the meat and potatoes, I think we're there now. We can, again, just make sure we get to the next step by identifying those concerns you had in the lease and just make sure we're on the same page. So.
Council, ultimately, it's up to the majority here. And I would like to make the recommendation that we table until the next meeting and we can get some of these ironed out. Like I said, I'm for this project. I just want the documentation to look correct, because if we passed it tonight and signed it, well, we already need to change it because President Nuttall is not at this meeting, so she won't sign a resolution. So therefore, Vice President's name would have to be put on the resolution for his signature authority. It's simple things like that whenever we're designating signature authority, because she wasn't in attendance of this meeting. I would just like to clean it up because, in the last whereas, it has solar, then it has the 100 megawatts in parentheses, and then it says development for the project located. I don't see the need for the 100 megawatts being right there because it says in the couple of whereases above what that 100 megawatts is. So it's just kind of, redundant to mention it again when it has nothing else it's saying. The parenthesis around the first part of latitude, there's no ending parenthesis, so I don't know if that's a typo. And then it mentions it in the resolve that it's the Shalako land, but it doesn't say in that last whereas that it's the Shalako land. So I would like, there's little changes like that I would like to make or suggest.
And
It's just, that would be my recommendation, guys, because, we spend so many time doing resolutions at this level. Like to come to a meeting where we have a resolution sitting in front of us that we don't have to question.
Yeah. So with that, Councilman Butler, are you going to put that in the form of a motion to table?
I'll make a motion to table.
Okay, so a motion is on the floor to table this resolution. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilman Evans. Before we vote on this, is there any other discussion or questions from the council?
I would just like to be mindful that although there are 6 different elements of the resolution, they all speak to various funding sources that they are going to be going out and seeking funding and funding generation from. So for that, once it was clarified, I don't really have a problem with it. And I do want to know who would be managing, partnering with this team on the Pawnee Nation side.
yeah, so I'm meeting with Dylan. He's going to be at Res next week. So if you have time this week, make those suggested changes on the resolutions, and I could get with them next week in person. We can kind of make those edits and have it ready
Okay.
for the meeting on the 19th. To answer your question, It'll be on the Pawnee Nation side. Currently, it's been myself and Chris McCray. We've been in multiple meetings with Dylan and his team. I know Vice President's been brought in some of those conversations as well, but just administratively, me and Chris are those points of contacts.
Right.
We're working with them to get everything together. So that would be, to answer your question, be me and Chris.
And then in understanding what Cynthia's saying, it does make it very cumbersome to have 6 different, elements of the resolution. It needs to be cleaner for us, because if we have to go back, we don't want to have to go back and, nitpick between which one of these is. So it would be wonderful if we could just, I would say, separate it or make it a little bit less cumbersome. If that makes any sense at all.
Yeah, I'll just look forward.
I'm good with it. I'll go either way, and we can table so we can get all of the resolution kind of fine-toothed and combed through, but it's fine with me, either way. Thank you.
And to, like Brian said, I mean, I was initially on the initial discussions with this. If the council would like, I can work with Brian on this, just kind of keeping everybody appraised on what's going on and everything else, just so that we can address a lot of these questions, and I can bring that to the council through email prior to the meeting sometimes to answer any questions that may come up that we can discuss through email, or if we have to have a quick meeting, we can do that just to kind of get these resolved, these kind of questions.
Yeah.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor to table and a second. So with that, Secretary Carterby, would you call for the vote, please?
I just wanted to say that I was I was ready for this to come back because I'm excited about it. So I will be a yes. So for now, yes. Carol Chapman.
Yes.
Cynthia Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare. Gene Evans.
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
All right, motion carries to table. Thank you, Dylan, for being able to answer those questions and for your attendance tonight as well. And thank you, Brian, for also presenting this evening.
No problem. Thank you, guys. Have a great meeting. See
Yes,
you
thank
over
you.
in Nevada, Brian. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much. Moving on to item 3 under new business is Budget Committee recommendations. We have A through F this evening, so we'll start with item A. And I got with Treasurer Chapman this afternoon, and so she's traveling and everything else. So I'll go ahead and present on these items this evening. So we have item A, approval of 3415 Intertribal Buffalo Council Herd Development Budget. And we have this, I believe this is a new budget. Am I correct in saying that? Yes. Yes, so we have new funding on this. So this is just approving this this new budget that's been approved through Budget Committee.
And I'll make a motion to approve that.
All right, motion's been made by Councilman Kimball. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Secretary Gardapi. Council, any questions or comments?
I just want to say that I think that the Taraha Committee and the cattle company's doing some really remarkable work. They're pursuing it, and I really appreciate all of the hard work that Sunny and Electa, they've been really hard at it, so I really appreciate that. So this is just new funding for them, and it's wonderful.
Good. It's good to see that.
Did we mention where this was coming from? I just want to make sure that
It's coming from the Intertribal Buffalo Council.
And it's in the amount of $55,100. Just want to make mention because a lot of people ask questions whenever they see these budgets, but it's grant funding that was given to the tribe. So that's awesome.
Yes. Yes, and Pawnee Nation is a part of that Intertribal Buffalo Council, and so within that, we have great opportunities with, like what was mentioned, with grant opportunities, and this is one of those award fundings that we have to go ahead and move forward in this. So it's exciting to see this happening. So
Yeah, it's great.
any other comments or questions? Hearing none, call for the vote, please.
George Gardapi, yes. Carol Chapman.
Yes.
Cynthia Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare. Gene Evans.
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Moving on to item 3B, approval of 1067-303 special projects, Enbridge helipad budget. This is another new budget that's being created, and this was a donation from Enbridge in the amount of $10,000, and so this is going to go towards the construction of the helipad that's being built right now over by the clinic. I can't remember where that's at. Does anybody recall? On the north side? Okay. On the north side of the clinic. And so that's going to be a really good addition to the services they offer over there, and it's going to be very helpful. And so this, again, is just creating that budget from that donation from Enbridge.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion's been made by Councilwoman Butler. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilman Evans. Hearing no other discussion, call for the vote, please.
George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman.
Yes.
Cynthia Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare. Gene Evans.
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Moving on to item C, discussion and/or action on tobacco rebate to tribal retailers. Jamie, were we able to get Lyle? Okay, good. We have Mr. Lyle Fields, who is the director over at the tax office, and so I'll go ahead and turn it over to Lyle at this time.
Thank you, Council. Okay, what this was is I just want to go ahead and brief Council on this. 2013 is whenever the Business Council put in a rebate to the tobacco tribal retailers, which was Aerostop, Trading Post, and TP Casino. And that is actually presented by Roger Smith and Jeff White at that time there. And they agreed to a rebate at that time. It's on a presentation I did earlier today to the Budget Committee previously. It's kind of complicated because at that time, the tribe's rebate, shared portion between the state and the tribe was going down to 50-50. Initially, I think it's like 80-20, 75-25, 60-40, and then wound up at 50-50. So it's kind of complicated on that part there. And then at the end of 2017, it was agreed that that rebate would end because that's when the tribe's portion would be less than what it was previously. Because initially the rebate all went back to the tribe 100%. And it was back in 2013 when they put in a new tobacco rebate there. And it's currently at 50-50. The tribe did approve it back in November or December. We agreed to a 1-year extension, and the extension is for 1 year, and at the same percentage, 50-50. And I just do want to note that the state did offer to other tribes a 10-year extension at 50-50, and one tribe did take upon that, agreed that there. Jennifer had apprised me on that there. I forget which tribe that was there, but other tribes were kind of trying to hold out for a higher percentage on that there. So that's still kind of at the discussion level as far as with the tobacco rebate on the compacts between the tribes there. Now, the other portion of that, this tobacco rebate to tribal retailers was something that's separate from the tobacco compact. That's one thing I want to clarify. That's just something that the council did on their own, that they agreed to rebate the tribal retailers. Again, Aerostop, Trading Post, and TP Casino. And it was reapplied in 2017, and it ended officially December 31st, 2023. And at that time, it was kind of understood the retailers would get their funding in place to be more competitive there. So officially ended December 31st, 2023. We do have the tobacco compact that is still at 50-50. We did receive a rebate from the state for January. When I say it's January, it's always 30 days behind. So we are current with the tobacco rebate. And I just really want to clear that part up there because there's kind of confusion on with the tribal retailers and some with the executive officials with the tribe there. And I've been here since 2008, and I was present with the President Gover in 2013, and then it was renewed again in 2017. So just to let you know, that has officially ended with the tribal retailers December 31st, 2023. It was on their own. The final percentage that was wound up that council had approved back in 2017 up to 2023, December 31st, 2023, was they rebate to the tribe retailers 70% to the tribe retailers, and 30% remained with the tribe there. I did do a scale, calculate the amount that went back to the tribe retailers, and I did share that with the budget committee. And I'm gonna go ahead and leave that with Ms. Chapman to share with the council members. It was a significant amount that they was rebating back to the tribe retailers. And that portion of the amount of the discussion I would like to leave with the Treasurer Chapman. So that's kind of my briefing on that part there. Was there any questions?
Lyle, this is Sammy Kimball. I do have some questions.
Okay.
Are you telling me that that over the course of time from 2018 to 2022, let me understand this. I'm looking at this tobacco rebate tribal retailers, and this is an email that you sent out on December the 27th, 2023. Are you telling me that we have given out 1.26 million in rebates to our retailers? Or is that what has come in?
Actually would be more. Just to jump in real quick, actually rebate, it was more because on those figures that I gave, those were actually done from my annual reports. And I had noted that they had to delete my emails because it had a virus on there. The amounts prior, because it was actually put in place in 2013 on the first one, up 2017 when they renewed again. So I only had the figures from 2018 to 2022, and I did provide a 2023 update to the budget committee based on my annual reports. So it's quite a bit more there. So the amount on that prior, I had indicated that the finance department would be able to run that report to determine the amount missing from not missing, that how much was paid out from 2013 up to 2017, which I don't have those figures because my email had to be deleted. I had a virus on my computer.
Do you know what the logic was in giving them our rebate?
Well, at the time when it was initially presented, they had indicated because of they couldn't remain competitive, and it was actually presented by Roger Smith and Jeff White, and I was actually working as an auditor with under West Twins, and he indicated that he advised against it. They asked for a recommendation. West Twins wasn't able to attend, and he actually asked me to present on his behalf there. So it's just more to remain competitive there. But that's pretty much, it was council's decision twice. 2013 put in the first one. It was agreed to end in 2017, and then it was re-implemented in 2017 to current date. So that's my understanding of that part there.
Thank you.
Okay. And just to enlighten the council as well, this did go before a budget committee today, and it was agreed to discontinue that the request to reinstate the tobacco rebate tribe retailers was no.
Right. Right. So the budget committee council has recommended that we terminate this rebate system that's going on right now. That came from the budget committee this week.
Well, it's actually already officially ended on December 31st, 2023.
Yeah. Okay. So why are we here tonight talking about it?
President Nuttall had requested to be put on the agenda. I was surprised, Friday evening for me to just to brief council on there. Okay. Then it was agreed to go ahead and present it to budget committee. I briefed them on it, what the background that was, and they agreed to not to reinstate it there. Okay. And it was just more just an update.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes, Councilwoman Butler.
So they agreed to not reinstate it, but what was the recommendation by the Budget Committee to take care of the tax?
We're not, well, the Budget Committee met, the Tax Commission, the agreement ended on December 31st of 2023, and then it was brought into the Budget Committee this last week if we wanted to do it again, and we said no.
So we're not going to tax the tobacco
We are taxing, we're just not giving a rebate.
to the,
Well, see,
to the
yeah, that's just,
entities?
I just want to jump in here. That is kind of confusing. We are, still have the tax in place there. See, the taxes are actually collected at the tobacco wholesalers since back in 2013. So taxes are still being collected. It's just the tobacco compact is separate from this tobacco rebate tribal retailers. The tobacco rebate tribal retailers is council's, their decision, which I've already ended.
It seems like we were rebating them because they were having a difficult time in their business.
Correct.
In their retail business.
So we were technically just giving up our revenue, our tax
Right.
money.
Thank you. That's
So-
exactly right.
Basically, that's what it was.
That's exactly right.
Help me to
so my-
understand it a little.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
I was
Yes,
going to say, so my understanding is we have our compact, which that compact ended last year, but it got extended a year. Within the compact, there is a negotiation of a certain rebate to the tribes. And so with our Pawnee Nation's compact with the state is a certain amount that's rebated back to the nation. And as Lyle is mentioning there, that compact is separate from this tribal rebate to the retailers. And so from that rebate funding that we get from the state, that was negotiated between Pawnee Nation and the retailers, which is the three that were listed in our documentation there to those retailers. And from what I've gathered in the documentation, it was because so they can remain competitive in how they are able to sell the tobacco products within their facilities. And so that's why both TDC and Mr. White was presenting that at those times to the councils that were serving at those moments there. Councilman Evans?
I just want to understand, by remain competitive, are they using it to lower the prices of tobacco products?
Well, tonight we do have Mr. White, and council, if we want to allow him to have an opportunity to kind of express what, from the retailer side at the TP, he can kind of give us an understanding of that, if the council's okay with that. Okay. Mr. White, we'll go ahead and give you the floor at this time.
Yeah, that is true. We pass that, we don't keep that rebate. We pass it on to get business, to be competitive. And all the neighboring tribes do the same thing. So without that rebate, we'll have to raise our prices like $5 or $6 a carton, and nobody's gonna drive to Yale, Oklahoma to buy some cigarettes. And, I mean, I've been there for over 30 years. In fact, I'm the first Pawnee Nation business ever licensed. In fact, I was in business before there was a tax commission, courts, all that stuff. I've voluntarily paid taxes according to what the other tribes did in the area. It was like 50 cents a carton back in those days. And that's what kind of started the tax commission, you know, the courts and all that. But then, like Lyle said, in 2014, then the state decided to tax. And that made our cigarettes go from $10.35 a carton, I think, up until today, it's $20.35 a carton tax. So that rebate doesn't go in my pocket. It's just passed on to the consumer. We make $5 a carton. And cigarettes used to be $20, $30, $40 a carton. Now they're 40 and 50 is the cheapest, and 120 is the highest. And we still make $5. So it's not I mean, and we're in a rural area, so we don't even sell probably, I don't think we sell a half as many as we used to. I bet we don't even sell as much in a month than we used to in a week. It's just gotten to the point, it's so competitive, you know, and people are quit smoking, and, you know, it's just it's a kind of a dying business, but it has, it's affected, it's gonna, I'm gonna have to close if we don't keep the rebate up, because I don't have any choice.
Okay.
But now I do have others. Back in that days, I bought the other people out, like in Cushion. I own the Cushion stores, the Drumright stores. So back in those days, since I'm Pawnee, I made those stores a little bit higher, so I drove all the business to the Yale store for the Pawnee Nation, you know, to help us.
Jeff, could you speak in the mic a little more?
Oh, I'm
Because I
sorry.
can barely hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. You're good. Thank you. That's better.
I'm
Thank
not
you.
a public speaker. That's why you only see me like every 10 or 20 years.
So, appreciate that explanation, Jeff. So from what he had mentioned there, to those who might not have been able to hear that, from his statement is that the rebate doesn't go into his pocket, goes into lowering the price of selling the tobacco products. And that's the essence of, I guess, your business model that you have based off the rebates, is that it's applied to the products themselves.
Passed to the consumer, yeah.
Yeah.
The majority of it is, yeah.
Treasurer Chapman?
Yes. When we were discussing this in Budget Committee, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understood it, this ended in August 30th, and what we're doing here, if we agree to continue, is to go retroactive for you to...
No, it ended on the 31st of December
December?
2023. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I knew the compact with the state was ending, so I bought, like, the whole last year, I've got like a 6-month supply of cigarettes bought up, because I didn't know if the governor was going to re-sign the compacts, because he hasn't been dealing with the tribes. So I haven't even bought any cigarettes for a couple of months. So you've probably seen your rebates go to nothing.
So then...
Well, I was anticipating not getting, the rebate or getting the state to sign the compacts. That's why I stocked up. But now, and had I known that after the rebates were reinstated, I had no idea that we weren't going to get them.
So you did not really actually make any purchase from the retailers for...
Not in January and February, I haven't.
Yeah.
Because I stocked up for...
But then you're wanting to get reimbursed.
I'm going to have to pretty soon, or I'm going to have to start, sending the bulk of my customers to Cushing or, Drum Ride or something to one of my other stores, because I won't be able to afford to keep TP running without that.
So how are you doing it at the other stores? Are you getting
They're
rebates from-
compacted. Yeah, the Sac and Fox actually give me, I think, $1 more a carton than Pawnee's did. And the Creeks also give me a little bit more money. Yeah, all the other tribes do the rebates to be competitive. Like I said, we can't compete with Come and Goes and Quick Trips and all the reward programs, and we're not in busy location. We don't have the, hundreds of thousands of people to come through the door. We're in Yale, Oklahoma, 3 miles out of town.
And so for me, so there's two entities, I guess, if you will. So Mr. White over here with the TP, but then we have our TDC as well. And for me, TDC is obviously not here to express their concern or anything of that nature. I don't know if they're unaware of this discussion tonight. I would assume they're not unaware if Mr. White was able to be aware of this discussion.
Sorry to interrupt
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry. And tonight we're discussing just the rebates in general as a nation. And so, to me, I mean, if our retailers are able to carry that, without the rebate, then we can look at. I mean, I'm just throwing this out there to the council and kind of just thinking some ideas of what we can do with this, because at the same time, we definitely want to be able to see these businesses and everything else continue to succeed and everything else, but at the same time, make sure that the nation is taking care of that as well. Previously, it was 70-30 before that went, that agreement stopped on December 31st. I guess my question would be is there a percentage that, to me, is doable to be able to make sure that things are still able to run on your end there? I mean, if it was a 50-50 before, is that something that is still able to do that, or, I mean?
Well, we did more business back then. Well, I guess Lyle could probably show you the sales, how much the carton count. It looks like we do a lot of dollar volume because cigarettes are so high, but carton counts are way down. Like I said, I don't think we sell as many in a whole, like we used to sell more in a week than we do in a month now. It's just, it's way down.
Do y'all sell the vapes, or is it just the tobacco?
Yeah, we had to. We didn't want to for a long time, but we've had to start selling those now too.
I see a lot more people vaping now than actually cartons, and maybe, I don't know if that might be some of the reason why. Is
because the cigarettes are so expensive, and the vapes, they can just vape
Yeah.
a couple and not waste a whole cigarette.
And I'm ignorant to this. Is that part of the tobacco too? Is a vape, I mean, is that
Yeah.
part of the compacting and stuff?
No,
Oh, I don't know.
no, you get the 8% sales tax on vape.
No, what is it?
Yeah, you get 8% sales tax on the vape stuff. Yeah,
Okay.
it's not tobacco.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Lyle, are we taxing the vape or, I mean, you said,
it's sales tax. Yeah.
oh, but the
8%
tribe is.
sales
No,
tax.
we're not, we don't have no cigarette, a vaping tax in place there. That was discussed, at the tribal government tax level. They're discussing that they need to put that in place there with the tribes. Tribes haven't really put that in place there. So they are kind of moving that direction there.
Okay, and that's a discussion for a different topic. I'm chasing rabbits now, but,
Well, I think the
just,
state's looking at that too, is to tax nicotine.
I was just kind of thinking about, you was talking about, the carton count, and I think that's maybe some of the reason is a lot of people are, I mean, at least the younger generation starting to do that. I see a lot of the younger ones. I don't see, the I don't want to call them older, but older generation.
Right.
Aren't vaping. They're still old school. Council, any other questions? Any comments?
Not for Mr. White, but just for maybe Lyle and Treasurer Chapman, since she's the chair of the Budget Committee. Is that, so based on your recommendation tonight, we need to make a decision? Because I would assume it would have to be an official decision to not renew the tobacco rebates. So is that what you're asking for this evening? Based on your recommendation?
As I understood it, when we were in the Budget Committee, we voted to recommend no to the council in the Budget Committee.
And Lyle, your commission's not active right now, right? That's what I'm asking. So that is there, well, because I would like to know the recommendation of the tax commission or the tax department as well, because that's a hard decision, based on, our tribal members getting that part, I see the intent. It was a good intent. I see that. And it could cripple him as a Pawnee tribal business owner, you know.
I get that.
I just want to know what the recommendation is, if he wants to come back, him or TDC want to come back and present something to us. Should we make that decision now, or should we wait for maybe a proposal? Well, our action would be no action. That's why I'm asking, because it says and/or action.
It would have been nice if he was able to speak to the Budget Committee, because it was, they're just kind of just reading and moving, right? It's always nice to have somebody here trying to explain it to us.
And I get it, because we want to be fair to our membership who are business owners, and this is one part where they benefit from, being a retailer. I just want to be, this is just my own personal opinion, I'd like to be presented with options, so that we can make that decision on whether or not we want to do something or not. You know what I mean?
And I understand too, and before I'll recognize you, Mr. White, I'm curious as if this agreement ended based off of the understanding that that's when the compact would also have ended with the state, and maybe that's why they both coincided at the same time. I'm not sure.
That's what it says.
Is that what it says?
Yeah,
Okay.
it says, furthermore, it's recommended that this rebate become effective immediately upon acceptance and approval by the Pawnee Business Council and continue until the Pawnee Nation and the State of Oklahoma Tobacco Compact terminates on December 31st.
Okay. And so that understanding too, we were given that extension, that might be one of the options, is an extension as well with this same or tobacco rebate with retailers as well. Mr. White, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, you have to keep in mind, I think the TP Smoke Shop is the bulk of the tax revenue. And so if I raise prices, you're not going to have that revenue anyway, because there's not going to be those sales to generate that revenue.
Yeah.
Just what I'm, so you're probably going to end up with less than what you were getting before.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is just considering, how the economics of all that works, as far as how the taxes go, then goes to the state, then comes back to us, and it's just that.
Right.
Yeah.
And then also, if I did have to close, that would mean that I don't know what we do with the casino, because I know that's a lot of revenue for the Pawnee Nation. I mean, I don't know how much, but I'm sure it's a lot of revenue.
Yeah.
So you're saying that if you don't have this tobacco compact, you're going to close your store?
I'll probably have to. In fact, I didn't even know, I'd already ordered gas pumps because I'm going to try to start updating because, like I said, we're a 30-year-old store, so we need new image, new, I guess nobody likes my logo, so I'm going to have to change my logo and revamp the store. I ordered new gas pumps, so, you know, if I would have known I wouldn't get my rebate, I wouldn't have spent $100,000 on new gas pumps, which are supposed to be getting put in this next week or two.
Sure.
So I'm
Yeah.
too late to cancel that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, inevitably, to tell you some of my business, I just got my tax returns back for the store last year, and I lost $10,000 for the year. And I don't take a big salary. I take $1,000 a month salary, so it's not like I'm pocketing a lot of cash, you know, for payroll or anything. I keep the money in the store to buy inventory and fix stuff. But yeah, that's.
So
Yeah.
do we have our Attorney General on the line? I just have a question. So are we obligated now, or, you know, not really obligated, are our hands tied because we were given that extension on the tobacco compact, that this coincides with the tobacco compact, that we would give that extension until something is determined? Are we obligated? Does a document obligate us to do that? So it's just a question because, you know, if, and if we are, then, you know, we owe the retailers, you know, January and February, coming on March. But if we're not, and the language in the compact or the rebate doesn't say we should, but, you know, it's just.
And even outside of,
It's more, like I said, it's more of an AG question because I don't know if we're obligated for it or if we should, if we shouldn't.
You're not.
It could be an opinion, you know, we could.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's just asking the AG on that to see if we're obligated to continue to offer this rebate since we got that extension from the state on our compact.
I don't think you are.
It seems to me, I mean, admittedly, on my side of things, I would love it if we could just say tobacco goes away and we all live better and healthier. Having said that, these same people are going to get tobacco somewhere. The folks who are addicted, and they're going to get it somewhere.
Yep.
If we make it non-competitive, well, I guess, you know, thinking what you're saying in a way that I can understand, the rebate occurs when we make sales. If we can't make sales because we're back to the price that everybody else is, but we're in the middle of nowhere,
Oklahoma.
then we lose sales. We lose sales, we lose our rebate. And so Pawnee Nationwide, we lose money in that situation. So it seems like, we don't forward that rebate and we're going to make it more money, but I think we actually make less money if we do that.
Well, it kind of cuts our nose off despite our face.
Exactly. So we get it's, and I have to admit, I didn't completely understand this earlier, and I'm so glad we're having this conversation so I do understand it better. But you know, I think we want to keep our competitive advantage that allows us to have this, to take advantage of the compact and the rebates.
Well, I want to jump in here. I can't raise my hand on my phone. This is Lyle Fields as a tax. You know, the amount of the rebate that's submitted back to the TP Smoke Shop is significant amount there. You know, if it's based on taxes, it would have to show that there was significant amount of significant sales made. But, you know, with the market and everything, with the vaping taking place there as well, and people trying to remain more healthy, so there's a drop off there. So, you know, if anything, it'd be recommended a lower percentage on that there, but that would be a recommendation, just take a more in-depth look as far as the amount that's rebated back to TP compared to his sales. You can do ratios on that there, comparisons. How much was in the past, sir, based on sales? So, you know, because to be fair, I guess that's a council decision. It's separate from the tobacco compact there, but I recommend a deeper analysis there. But no, the question as far as, you being tied to the tobacco compact, this is completely separate.
Yeah,
So
it
no,
is.
you're not obligated to do tobacco rebate tribe retailers. But I would definitely like to be part of a review of that along with the budget committee.
If you look at our packet to the Tax Commission quarterly report, April through June of 2023, the whole revenue generation of the taxes of everything, from the tobacco compact to excise tax, merchandise, oil and gas, penalties, sales tax, car registrations, totals 172,000. Okay, that's for a quarter. And out of that, we gave TDC 15,300, and we gave TP 40,600 out of that. And that took us to 116,000 of actual taxes, revenue stream taxes from everything. This isn't necessarily all that went to tobacco. We just gave them a cut. Okay, that's a significant cut. So that's where we're at. So whatever you guys want to do, I'm good to table.
Council, what is your wish to?
If I could, you know, I'm all for tabling and thinking through this a little more, but I also, in the meantime, would feel like we would want to keep our rebate going at our recently current rate. I think if we don't want to have this break that, it may just be a couple of weeks, but it may turn into more, where then folks were having to change our prices, we're losing, and then we may come back to it, and then we get to this place where we've already lost our customers. And that customer base in a relatively small place is, my guess, would be difficult to get back. So at least on the business side of things, is if we do table, I think we should continue our current rate until, or what had been the rate in January, until we make a decision.
Yeah, and I think that's the question at hand too, is that document that mentions the termination of the compact. I mean, is that current rate currently in place anyways, kind of thing at that point there? Secretary Gardapi?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I certainly understand what it's like to be a business owner in a rural community, and you're even further out there, 3 miles out of town. So, I mean, like, I just got hit with a letter saying that every single one of my products is going to be raised 3%. And so that means since I started my business, the rates have gone up 31%, and I've only gone up 10%. So if I had a chance at a rebate, I mean, I would go for it. So I understand where you're coming from, and I don't believe in tobacco either, but I believe in business, and so I think we just need to maybe lull this over a little more, because it could have some ramifications for our casino proceedings, our profits. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Secretary Gardapi.
So we're giving them a percentage of our entire revenue stream for tax. It's not, I want to stop talking about the tobacco rebate. We're giving them a stream of money coming out of our revenue stream for taxing. That would be our car registration, sales tax, on, gas and oil permits, severance taxes, interest check fees. And Mr. White, I don't mean to disrespect you or anything, but last year you were given $144,633 from this tribe.
I wasn't.
100.
My customers were.
Okay, whoever. You were the recipient of $144,633. that is a lot of money, and I understand that it takes money to be in business, but that's kind of on you too. That's
But
your
if we
business,
don't,
right?
but we cannot sell cigarettes $5 or $6 a carton cheaper
I
if we don't
understand.
have that rebate.
Sir, I understand.
I
but,
can't do.
I mean, $5 a carton is a whole lot of money for $144,000. That's where I'm going, and I don't mean to be disrespectful. I'm just trying to do the math, because that's what I do, right? I'm just trying to
But
look
again,
at
if
it.
we don't have sales, there won't be no revenue. And like you
don't get
said,
that part.
my store does the majority of the revenue. Like you said, 40,000,
Yeah,
where the
you
TDC and all them do
definitely- yeah.
like 15,000.
Yeah, yeah.
That's because I sell more,
Well,
because
that's
I've
what
been
I'm
there for
saying.
30 years.
Yeah,
But
the trend is.
If that dries up, there won't be any. Like I said, all the other tribes, you can go 6 miles to any one of my other 4 stores now. 3 stores, 1, 2, 3.
What's the split right now? Is it
70,
70/30?
70/30.
So we keep 70, you get the 30?
No,
No, we keep
they get
70.
You
we
guys
keep
get
30.
70.
Again, we don't keep it, we pass it on in price reductions.
I don't know.
But again, you can go 6 miles and go to one of my other stores and buy the stuff cheaper, which, again, Sac and Fox and Creek do rebate just a little bit more than a Pawnee Nation does. So that's why I don't think I could do any less, because I'm already getting more at the other places.
I get you. Okay.
My
And-
concern would be losing that customer base because, you know, a lot of gamblers do smoke. You know, that's,
Yeah, they do.
Or vape.
If they win.
Right? Or they lose.
You'd be surprised how many people will buy cigarettes when they come in and say, put these back for us. Then they'll go in the casino, lose all their money, and darn, they'll come back up and say, can I sell those back to, can I
no.
refund? Yeah, it happens all the time. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, and it goes back to, it's just, I mean, in order to get the rebate and everything else, you have to sell the product, and if we can't sell the product, then we're not gonna get as much back from the rebate as well. So, I mean, in turn, it does affect us in some manner. We obviously have been operating with this since the agreement, and it seems like we've been doing fairly well, Obviously, when you hear 70/30, I mean, first thing that comes off is, well, why can't we do 60/40 or 50/50 or anything like that? But to me, I think what we need to do, and just as my recommendation, is table and just have more of a discussion. And I'd like to hear from Mr. Waller as well, just kind of get his thoughts on how that would impact their business as well to that. Mr. White?
They are.
Yeah, and other than
Where'd you
just
hear
regular
that?
business expenses, we also have to buy 2 licenses for everything. So that puts me more to disadvantage, because I have to have a tribal license, and since the state don't recognize, or the beer people or anybody, I have to have Oklahoma licenses. So we're double licensed on everything. And then there's also, there's a 3% alcohol assessment fee they've tacked on. So now I make 3% less more on my alcohol than they do at any of the other stores in town, because we all pay the same price and we sell for the same price. But I make 3% less because I can't raise my prices more than they are in town, or again, nobody will buy it. So I mean, there's a lot of other little things in there that.
Definitely. And
That-
if the council decides to table tonight, I mean, we can have a meeting to discuss all of that as well. What would be the council's recommendation?
My recommendation would be to table, but to request a meeting before the next meeting, at
Yes.
least. So that we can, because, he's losing out on money, there are other, it's just to do our due diligence. And I'd make a motion to table.
Okay,
I'll
motion-
second.
Motion is made to table and seconded by Treasurer Chapman. No other,
Just one quick question here. If we leave this where there's no rebate coming back for a couple of weeks more here, do you have enough stock that you bought early, that you'll be fine for that amount of time? We're not gonna hurt
Yeah,
business?
no, I stocked up like 6 months.
Yes,
because
sir. Very good.
I was
So I'm
thinking
fine with
that
that then.
we wouldn't get a rebate. I was
Yeah.
thinking Stitt wouldn't sign a compact anyway, so I was like, oh, what am I gonna do?
Yep.
And so
All
I
right, very
stocked
good. I
up.
just need to know that. Thank you, sir.
yes, Councilwoman Kimball? Oh, I thought you had your hand raised.
so you want to meet back in June, is that what you're telling us?
No, as soon as possible because it's gonna, and you were talking about prices going up. Cigarettes have been going up $1.60 to $2 a carton every 2 or 3 months. It is insane how much the prices are keep going up. And that's why I also keep a big inventory because I'm ahead of the game by keeping, 3 or 4 months in supply because every time they go up $2, I'm ahead, that much. But it's insane how much stuff is going up. To only make $5 on a $120 carton, it's not percentage-wise, it's you have to do the volume or it's not going to pay. It won't pay.
All right, council, motion's been made to table by Councilman Butler, seconded by Treasurer Chapman. If no other discussion, call for the vote, please.
George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman.
Yes.
Cynthia Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare.
Oh,
Gene Evans.
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
All right, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. White, as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you, council. Moving on to Budget Committee recommendation, item number 3D, approval to amend Resolution 2144, ARPA allocations, Pawnee Business Grant Program. I wasn't at the last council meeting, but I did get a chance to watch you all, and you guys look very well on camera. But I will say, this is why I mentioned that is because what we're discussing now in these resolutions here, I know that the discussion was, last meeting was to have a resolution to include all the overages. And in the Budget Committee, it was well discussed in this as well. And President Nuttall and others, I know Councilman Kimball was in on this discussion as well, was to take the existing resolutions and amend them to add the language, and Council, you have this within your packet as well, to cover the overage. One of the discussion was so that everything's all together in one resolution and not having to move into another resolution and try to keep all those things all together to account for that. And so that's what these next few resolutions are going to discuss, is just to account for those overages from the initial amount on these ARPA spending allocations. And so we have our first one here, and then with that, does the council have any questions or any comments to this resolution amendment? Councilman Butler?
That was my recommendation to do that, and I'm still for that recommendation. I see what you're trying to do by keeping it together, but it also poses accountability issues, in my opinion, on why these programs weren't monitored, how we went over, who was responsible for doing that. And I think that that's what a lot of the concern that I have with doing new resolutions for this. Where's that accountability? Where, this is taking away from money that we could potentially do something else with because there was no accountability or monitoring of money that we appropriated. They were giving an amount in this first resolution of $50,000, but yet we went over $507.15. Who's monitoring? Is that finance? Is that the executive director? Should it be everybody involved? Should it be the treasurer? Should it be the council? It just poses a bunch of questions and concerns, because if we can't manage with a budget that was given, then it's concerning. So that's why I recommended a new resolution, because we're doing a new appropriation for these programs. And to me, it needs to happen because the accountability just wasn't there. I get that. But we're making a new appropriation, so that's why I made the recommendation to do a new resolution. You could do a separate resolution for each one of these resolutions to appropriate that funding for those resolutions. That's fine. I suggested just doing it all in one. That way it's all together. But it's the accountability part of it, I think, that kind of rubs me the wrong way. And I just wanted to voice that. Because it's just, and, we're taking care of it. That's fine. We're taking care of it. But it's just, I don't like amending old resolutions that establish something and then you're amending it to add more money to it when it should just be a new resolution to add that money.
Yeah.
And reference the over resolution.
Yeah, and that was brought up in that Budget Committee meeting actually by Councilwoman Kimball. She asked that question. She posed that question to the committee. What was the answer? I mean, because I don't know.
There was just a variety of short staff. That's why we're going to have this discussion
Right.
after, in executive session tonight, because of short staff. Well, I mean, where does the accountability start and stop, right? So it's going to get worse. I mean, this $500 is just the starting point. Just keep flipping through.
Yeah, I saw the other
Yeah.
resolutions because,
So-
and that,
So, and I said, and they said, well, it's really difficult to track, so we just want to have it on one resolution. And I says, well, you can always take that document and embed it into Excel, right next to that line item, so you can open it up and see that resolution, this is where this is, and this is what it is.
and
But it just, yeah, I certainly am not happy.
There are a lot of issues that we need to talk about, and this right here is why we were going into executive session. It was all, the audit came out clean, but still, the problem remains, and it needs to be fixed within our offices.
so then that brings another question. You say the audit. That brings another question on this because we were over budget on this and we're correcting it now, after the fact, that it was already spent.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So if this all would have been pulled for an audit, and who's to say that the Treasury is not going to audit all these programs that we created? You know what I mean? And they find it, they'll be all like, could that be a possible audit funding with them? To be all like, well, you appropriated this through this resolution, and then you guys overspent, I don't know. It just poses a
Well,
risk.
I mean, we discussed that in budget. I mean, it came down to employee.
Yeah.
It came down to employee shortages and,
It was just a variety of
yeah,
excuses.
it was a variety of things.
And I say excuses because we have to have gatekeepers. I mean, that's why you're in that
But
position, is
it-
to be watching
yeah,
those numbers.
It does have to be.
Should be running reports every week, what's to spend, what's to spend, what's to spend. Nonetheless, pardon me for getting in the trenches like that. I'd like to know how we should resolve the resolutions. Do we create a brand-new resolution for the excess? Is that your recommendation?
Oh, sorry.
And just, and then they can take it and put it into their files, and they can embed it as a note in Excel as, okay, this is where this is coming from.
That's my recommendation.
Yeah.
I just don't like amending resolutions to correct something. Do you know what I mean?
I
Because it
understand.
already established it. And like I said, that brings up red flags on accountability. Has to happen, I understand that. But that would be my recommendation. I'll go with whatever the majority of the council says or whatever I'll take your lead on it. It's just, that's my recommendation, and that would make me feel a little bit better about how we're reporting this.
Well, I know
And being accountable for that money and for the spending, because it's not up to this, technically, it's not really the staff it's us who has to be accountable for this money. This was given to us for the people.
That's right. We make the
And-
final decisions always
Yeah.
on everything here. And there is a lot of things happening at the level of administration that are not being addressed before they get to us.
That's right.
And that is not just with finance, it's with a lot of things.
Okay.
And they do need to be addressed, I feel, just as strongly as you do, and you're right. But it all comes to us before we are not supposed to micromanage. But there's problems there, and that's why we're discussing it tonight in executive session.
Okay. I'll wait for that discussion, but that's my recommendation, guys, on the resolutions. It's just, we're appropriating additional funding for these programs, and I just feel like it should be done separately, in my opinion. They can always attach it to that other resolution. They can attach it, whatever program file they have for these programs, and just say that, oh, that money was appropriated through this resolution for this program to cover the overage. That's all I'm saying. That's my recommendation. But I'll go with what the majority says, and I'll agree with it, because it needs to happen.
for me, I would just, this is just my 2 cents, but I would just stick with what we have here. I mean, I understand where you're coming from as far as, addressing the issue of, who was tracking these and how come we went over and everything else. The separate resolution, to me, it basically is what this is saying, in my opinion. And also too, I mean, this will be the third, if we do it again, it'll be the third time having to come through this and everything else. And it was discussed in Budget Committee, and it seemed like everybody was all in favor of this as well, and
And the wording is very accurate.
and, you know, President Nuttall did bring up your comments, Councilwoman Butler, in the meeting, and that was addressed as well. And so the committee felt like this was the appropriate way to do this with the language. I think President Nuttall actually worked with our executive staff to word this the way that it's worded so that everything's captured in that. So I agree that there needs to be some accountability on not just this ARPA spending, but all spending across the board on making sure that we're not having any overages and things of that nature.
And I agree with you, and I just now read this last part of it, and I like the language that's in there, but this resolution has two purposes now after that. We're establishing it, but then we're also closing it at the very end with the amendment. I honestly think that they should be separate resolutions to close the program. Do you see where I'm going? It says the Pawnee Business Council does hereby approve the additional funding for the ARPA Pawnee Business Grant Program to allow for the total of the amount, closing the program effective March 5th.
I would.
So we're opening it, appropriating money for it, then we're closing it in the same resolution. I think that it should be a different resolution to do all of that, to close it. Because essentially that's what we're doing, right, is closing the program out.
And the people that are responsible for the audits and sitting with the auditors wanted it like this. This is how they recommended it for audit purposes, to have everything just listed one place to go.
So then should we do that with all of our resolutions that have that? Is
That's
that
what I
a
was gonna
precedence
say
that we're
was-
getting ready to
Yeah,
set?
that's what I was gonna
Is
say.
it a precedence we're getting ready to set whenever we do any grant funding? Is it gonna be a precedence that we set with the solar
Right.
project when we close it out? Oh, we gotta go back and amend that from
Right.
2015.
Yeah.
You know, to me, I don't like conducting that in that manner. It should be a new resolution. And then I'm just trying to get my point across. I'm just trying to
What's your
tell.
point? Hey, just kidding.
I-
No,
it-
but, no, I mean,
you know
I
what-
agree with
do
you.
you know what I
I-
mean?
I agree with you.
I
It
agree.
warrants conversation.
I agree with you.
Because, like I said, if we wanted to do something else next year and did that, and we'd have to go back to 2001, we got to amend that so we can close that program out.
Yep. And I would remove that last, be it further resolved, and just leave it as is with the other changes on that. Because you're right. To me,
Yeah.
we would have to go through all of our resolutions that involved ARPA. Any other resolutions, like you said, set the precedent, having to go back 5, 10 years, whatever it might be, to amend those, just to close those out as well.
Right.
I think if you include this language, then it's just going to create more problems, more work down the road. Good discussion. I appreciate it.
It's a good discussion.
Anything else from the council?
No, I would agree with you on pulling that last thing. In fact, I'll make a motion to approve it with the removal of that last, be it further resolved.
Okay, motion's on the floor to approve resolution with changes. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Treasurer Chapman. Councilman Hare, did you have a comment? Yeah, and that's what we were just saying. I mean, we're just going to remove that portion there. Yeah, we're going to remove that. Yep.
I mean, I just thought we were gonna be doing it on all of our resolutions, so I thought, it sounded like we were doing double resolutions. Didn't make
Well, I do think that there should be a resolution to close these programs out at some point because they're no longer available just for the ARPA spending. So I like that last, be it further resolved. But I just don't think that you should approve and close in the same, because then that poses those issues that I brought up. But can we add just up to the top under that and amendment to add $507.15, making the total appropriation $50,507.15? Just taking that out of that and moving it up.
Okay.
I just make that recommendation to make it flow.
Okay. So take out the,
So your motion was to take out the last be it further resolved.
and
So
you're saying
just-
take out the fourth one too?
No, this is the prayer at the bottom, not the whereases. the prayer at the bottom?
Yeah.
Correct, that was your motion to remove the be it further resolved?
Yep.
Okay. Taking from that for a total of 50,507.15. Period.
Okay.
And putting that up into that first part of the prayer. Now therefore be it resolved.
Okay.
You get it?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
So with the recommended change as well, would you like to amend your motion?
Yeah,
Okay.
but just however
Thank
you
you.
want to do it.
Thank you, and I'm sorry.
I'm lost now.
All right.
Sure.
And, Treasurer Chapman, you agree with that? All right,
Yeah.
so
Let's make it clear.
motion's been made in a second on the amended resolution 2144. If no other discussion, call for the vote, please.
George Gardapi, yes. Carol Chapman?
Yes.
Cynthia Butler?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Uh-huh.
Gene Evans?
Yes.
Sammy Kimball?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, council. Moving on to item E under Budget Committee recommendations, approval to amend Resolution 2153, ARPA allocation food insecurity program. Again, these resolutions here are addressing the same overages, and this one here is addressing an overage of $87,875.92. And again, it goes back to accountability and where all that is being tracked and everything else, and we'll have more of a good discussion in our executive session to address that. And so with that being said, council, is there any discussion on this resolution?
I'll make the motion to accept it with the same changes as the previous. Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, motion's been made by Councilman Kimball to remove the last further be it resolved and put the $87,875.92 with the additional, or with the first amount there for the total, and a second by Councilman Butler. No other discussion, call for the vote, please.
George Gardapi, yes. Carol Chapman?
Yes.
Cynthia Butler?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Uh-huh.
Gene Evans?
Yes.
Sammy Kimball?
Yes.
Motion carries. Moving on to item F, approval to amend Resolution 2170, ARPA allocation, Pawnee Nation premium pay housekeeping. And this one as well is the same as the previous resolutions, and this one is to cover the overage of $14,540.
I would like to move to accept this resolution with the same changes as the previous.
Okay, motion's been made.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Butler. No other discussion. Call for the vote, please.
George Gardapi, yes. Carol Chapman?
Yes.
Cynthia Butler?
Yes.
Donna Hare?
Uh-huh.
Gene Evans?
Yes.
Sammy Kimball?
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Thank you very much, council. And thank you to the Budget Committee as well. Moving on to item 4 under new business is the Land and Property Committee recommendations. We have 3 items to discuss. First item is discussion and or action on Division of Agriculture land recommendation. Councilman Hare, will you present on that? All
Yes,
right.
I will take this. Thank you, Vice President.
Yep.
So we met in our Land Use and Property Committee meeting yesterday, and the Department of Agriculture Division of Agriculture has asked for oversight of the agricultural lands. That's where they're using for the cattle, for the greenhouse, for any of the our agricultural projects that we have in place. And so the Property Committee voted to approve their request and give the Ag Division oversight of this land. So we are coming to council to ask for council's approval.
All right, council, any questions or discussion? Councilwoman Butler?
I have some discussion. Wow. Could we get a zoning map for our lands before we make a decision like this? I'm going to assume all of our you're talking about all of our lands, right? Like all of this back here, all the way on Catlett, all the way over in Merrimack. It just poses a question with me on how we would ever want the tribe to develop or to grow if we just give them all of this land for, and I understand that the cattle is doing really good. That's great. I love the program. Not trying to say that I'm not supportive of the program, but they are doing so well. Why can't they, could it be a possibility that the money that they raise, they put some back to start purchasing land for this purposes? So that we could utilize some of the spaces here, you know, maybe back here, we could utilize that instead of just farming and grazing for ourselves, we could use that for future development of something. I just feel like it restricts us when we think about future development because we, you know, and growing, you know, we're running out of spaces to build buildings and stuff. And yes, the ag could grow its own self, but we wouldn't be able to really do anything because we're allocating it for specifically farming and grazing. I'm going to call it farming and grazing because it's cattle. It encompasses cattle. And even for future bison, you know what I mean? There could be a property that comes up that's outstanding, reasonable price, and they can go after it and purchase it, and then boom, we're off and running with, you know, more acreage. And I think that would be, you know, to expand our land base, I think that would be a possibility, you know, something for them to think about as well. It just poses a question for me because, you know, like I said, you know, are we restricting future business development here on the campus by doing that? I kind of would like to just see a zoning map for what the property committee wants to do with zoning, so that we can earmark, though not really earmark, but so that we can have future development, because I would hope that land over on Catlett would be, you know, something maybe for, you know, the behavioral health is coming over there. Maybe we need housing for a reentry program, you know, maybe we need more elder housing over there. Maybe there's something else that we could develop on that land right there. We call it the day property and the waters property, but you know, that's a big space there. There's other future development that we could be looking at, but we're going to give it to the agriculture so that they can use it. I want to say, yes, let them use it, utilize it, but don't just gift it to them and be all like, this is just your property.
What,
primarily land that they're holding now.
Right.
I don't think this is any change that we decided just to give them everything that we had. It's the Ag Department's development that they have right now, including the greenhouse, including Merrimack, including the 300 back here that is eventually going to be turning into something different. So I think that this is all a negotiable thing, you know, as we move down the hill. If it comes to something that, oh my goodness, we've got some funding from HUD that we can build, you know, that we go in and negotiate with that division. But it just primarily gives them the tools, if you will, that they need to develop and do what they need to do to grow for our revenue stream. That's all.
yeah.
And also, because, you know, we're working with the REP grant, you know, great grant. The only reason why I know about it is because we work at it with housing, and I'm the person who has to learn about it. But, you know, that property back here is where that geothermal, all that stuff that they're doing back here with this well.
That's right.
So what if that runs into some of this property over here? Is it like you said, negotiable, that, you know, hey, we're going to have to take 5 acres right here to do this project, to you know, make sure that we have enough space to expand this project. We're going to have to take this from you. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to just gift something. I feel like we're gifting it. I don't know if that's the proper terminology.
That wasn't it at all.
Is that what you're asking for?
No.
Or we're just doing, you're just saying that what you guys are recommending is that they have lifetime use of it?
No.
No, it's just providing them the resources to do to develop.
So I guess my question would be,
They already have it.
Well,
it's a request for oversight, is that what it is? It's a request for,
yeah,
and what was their reasoning for oversight? Is it because, is there land they want to clear and they don't, you know, I mean, I guess for me is, I mean, if they're gonna obviously invest into the work to get the pasture or whatever to the right grass or whatever, and I'm ignorant when it comes to all that stuff, I'm just assuming here, but is it so that they can have the ability to do that and put their cattle on there and not have to come back and ask and all these different things? I mean, I guess that's my question is, what's the oversight for? What, did they give the reasoning what the oversight was for?
It gives them custody of that land, so that because now is a division between property and ag, and it gives them the responsibility to maintain all of that area, and it gives a division for Mr. Leading Fox to do his job with property. That is primarily the way I saw it and understood it and interpreted that.
Then why don't we do a land lease, which is just, it's usage, it's not in monetary value. Well, the land's the monetary value, but because in our standard leases that we do with property, whenever they do leases, or whenever we used to, like for this property back here, whenever Mr. Bledsoe, had that lease, in the lease, it does state that they take care of the fencing and the management of the property, that make sure it looks nice, make sure that they're I think it was a cedar tree thing that it was. Why don't we do a lease with the ag department or the ag division to me, that would be like, hey, you're in this lease, and we put maybe just like a unlimited usage or something. That way, they do a one-time lease of property, and I'm pointing at you because you're over property. But, they do a one-time lease like that, and then it outlines what it's expected of them as lease owners or lease holders. It's another avenue. That way, that gives them that authority. Hey, we're leasing this property from the Pawnee Nation, and we have the authority to do this stuff.
And then they could say, no, you can't have it for your little houses.
Right?
See? So that you're limiting.
Exactly. That's what I see.
It's limiting.
That's what I see.
Right now, it's just for caretaking. It's just that this is ag, this is property. The reserve are just like our roads are to Mr. McCrae. Same thing. It just kind of gives them that accountability to those areas for the maintenance and for whatever's.
Was there an issue that brought this about, and this is why, or a foreseeable issue that they see is going to happen for them to bring this about? Because this cattle operation isn't anything new. It's been here for 3 years and successfully has been run very well. Yeah. And now we're looking at buffalo as well, bison, and that's also going to have its own entity as well. And so that's what I was curious is if the ag division is either ran into an issue or if they see a foreseeable issue. And that's the purpose of the request. And to me, I mean, I don't.
Donna?
When we first started doing this, I remember when we were going to purchase the cattle. I don't know who was with us on the council, but Jimmy Justice took us out, and we witnessed the land and everything, and there was a tree. I don't know what kind of tree it was, but it sucked up one tree sucked up so many thousands of gallons of water, which affected the ponds for the cattle.
We'll talk about that later.
And so, I mean, I was just wondering if that was one of the reasons, because it affected the watering of the cattle.
I don't really know what the motivation was. I think because I think it might just be kind of separating out, like
she said,
Sammy was saying,
separating.
like
Yeah,
property's taking care of this, and then ag's taking care of that.
That's the way that's the way I interpreted that.
And I guess it's too hard. I wish Jimmy would have been here tonight to kind of elaborate on this as well, just so that we're not assuming and trying to go off. I mean, I'm not saying that both Councilman Hare and Councilman Kimball are wrong in what they're saying. Right. It's just trying to dive into their understanding of why they would want oversight. I mean, we have 1,200 acres in Merrimack. I have no problem with them oversight on that one because, we're not doing anything on that one as well, other than the cattle. And so that would be one thing that I just noticed is that we're trying to get into their understanding without having someone actually explain to us from the ag division.
Why don't we table it and have Jimmy come to our next meeting?
Well, I'd make a recommendation that we table, but to also have them look at, maybe the property committee look at doing a lease with them. and there, because there are always provisions in there that if the nation needs the land, then we have every right to give you 30-day notice that we're going to utilize this section of what we allowed you to use. And like I said, it'd be a zoning issue, or not an issue, it'd be a zoning concern, because I would love to see what we have, future development for the nation. Whenever we get a tribal planner, maybe that would be something that planning division works on, is to getting a zoning map that we could look at and utilize, because it was hard even just doing it with the ARPA spending. You know what I mean? It's something that's been needed for years, and I don't know where we're moving on the development of that or for a land use plan, you know what I mean? So I think that even just having something with zoning, and a little policy that goes along with it, I think that it'd be best, I feel it'd be our best interest to just do a lease with the agricultural division to give them the usage of that properties.
Well, whatever we do, I think it makes sense that ag and land are together so that property can concentrate on property. I'm sure there's a lot of little holes that need to be patched, and you know, having to worry about the land, you know, that's something else. So, and Jimmy's, you know, is used to it. I mean, your lease idea is a good one, but you know, we'll see how that comes out.
Initially, when you mentioned the lease, it seems like a great idea because we get very specific and we can, you know, we can make terms and all that. On the other hand, if despite doing this, we still have the power to say, yes, but things have changed. Next month, we want it for something else, that property, that land. And that's the
then they
deal.
take us to tribal court because we're retracting on our words because we told them that you can use it, but hey, no, we're taking it all back.
But
So to me, it's better to have it in writing.
yeah. So, and that's just my question, really, is you know, how specific, how long is this kind of thing? Is this just something they're wanting to caretake and just for their organization, you know, organizing, I mean, then that's fine with me, and there's no real requirements on us. On the other hand, if it is saying that we're giving them that property to use forever, very foolish. That would be wrong. Yeah, it's just not in our best interest. But I don't think that's what I'm hearing. I think I'm hearing that it's, you know, just to help them organize what they're doing, and getting specific may actually be even potentially detrimental down the road. Yeah. So.
Okay. Well, council, what do we want to do with item A under this new business item?
We're okay with you tabling if you want to send it back.
Okay.
Well, it says discussion and or action.
Yeah.
So we had the
Okay.
discussion and made our recommendations. I think
Okay.
we could just come back on the agenda once we figure something out, or you guys figure something out. Oh, sorry, I didn't have my mic on.
So, nothing?
Are you making a motion?
No action.
No action, it'll just remain
It
on.
It
It could just be back.
It can
Okay,
just
they
come
could
back
just
to the agenda.
come back to
Yeah,
be on the
we had
agenda. I
discussion
got
and
you. Okay.
recommendations.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Just discussion only.
Yeah, discussion.
Discussion only. I will say too, I did like that idea though, is that, you know, as the cattle operation does continue to produce revenue, to expand and look for more land as we grow. I think that's definitely something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I'm really proud of them, and I don't want to impede their momentum and motivation, you know, by not allowing them to take care. I just reviewed that as being a caretaker.
Caretaker?
Yeah, just the caretaker of the ag lands. They're going to be doing the fencing. We're going to be going to another agenda item for the cattle repairs. We're going to talk about that. And so these are the things that they're going to be doing to mitigate and to keep our land nice and ready for whatever we've got coming on.
Is there, like, with the Division of Ag, is there a description or kind of like what they're duties are, and is that something listed within that, is that they are the caretaker of the land that they're, using, whether it's for the cattle or anything like
Do you have that?
Uh,
George?
Was that given it to us whenever they did their little job, their little org chart that day?
Yes.
It gave their,
Yeah,
I think it
they
had their
did give
duties and
us-
stuff that were on there.
Okay, and is that, I can't remember if that's one of their,
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
okay. Because, if that's in there, the council already approved the Division of Ag, and so with that approval, they've already approved that responsibility anyways. And
Maybe it would be, I don't know, I think about ag laws and developing laws that protect agriculture, and some of the things that they're doing. Maybe that would be a recommendation for their division. Just a thought.
yeah. But I agree, though. I don't want to impede, and I know the council doesn't want to impede what they're doing and everything else. These discussions and questions are definitely needed and are good, so that we are making all the good, right decisions that we can do for all of our divisions, including the ag. If no other discussion, we'll just go ahead and move on to item B under new business. Item 4B is approval of resolution 2409, land allocation, Nasharo Council Earth Lodge. Who will present on this resolution?
This is also coming from the property,
All right.
and Chief Lean Fox presented yesterday. Would you be willing to make the presentation again?
Okay. I guess I'll stand for y'all. Been sitting a while. But, yeah, I believe it was last week, Ms. Hare, that we met, not yesterday. Yeah, and, but, so anyway, you guys, allocated some money to the Nasharo Council to build an earth lodge. And so, we had been meeting, and that, the place that we chose is where the courthouse is, straight east. I believe Click Fields used to live there. All that's there now is a cellar. And so, that's where we had asked to put that lodge. So, like Donna said, we went through the property committee, and they agreed with that as well. So now we're here, here.
Councilwoman Butler?
Sorry, I came prepared tonight, just with questions, just because I want to educate myself on everything that we're doing. But we did appropriate some land or allocate some land for the Cultural Resource Division for future development of a cultural center. And that's on the other side of the water tower, right? And then, first question, what is our intended purpose for the Earth Lodge?
Originally, it was to kind of build all the
Controversy. And
controversy on the other one. So this was to decide the chiefs to build it. Maybe it'll have a little bit more meaning to it.
Okay, thank you. So in that proposal, whenever the council approved the land allocation for that, they had spots right there for 4 earth lodges to be built for each band. They were supposed to be on the other side of the facility, and then they had a spot for the cattle, for bison that they wanted to do. Did you guys look at maybe, or when you went to property, was that a recommendation of maybe that would be a future site, so then we could maybe appropriate every year for the Nasharo Council to build at least that part of it, since it was supposed to, because we're going to build 4 more in the future to develop that property over there, that they were given to do that. I don't know, it's just a suggestion, because it'd be great to have mud lodges all over the campus, but that would be, if we're starting with that and then we have the money for next year, then you build one this year, then build the other one, and then use it for whatever you're intending for your ceremonies and stuff like that. Just a suggestion. I like the location. I'm just saying that if there's already planning for that area, then why couldn't we just do it in that area? I don't know if you'd have to get with cultural division to say, hey, we want to go ahead and start this and do this over here and start developing that, because they're going to get built anyways, because that's what they intend. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
I don't want to jeopardize anything.
I think, you know, the reason, one of the reasons was that was there is because it's going to impede on the cattle, you know, where you guys set that aside at, you know, so, and I know that, you know, they did take that fence down to build the behavioral health center, you know, so there's no cattle in there at all, but I mean.
Which poses another question, because even if we give that to the cattle, it's still, because we have an existing resolution for a cultural center to be built. That's they already mapped it out and they already have it. So then that land would be, you know, what if they got the funding next year? And I'm sorry, cattle guys, we're gonna have to take this land back because we already have purpose for this. That's why I kind of want to see a zoning, because we also allocated land for the college and we also did for the cultural center. So it's just all ties in together with what we're doing with our land, and it just posed questions on, are we restricting ourselves? But, you know, it'd be a good place for it over there. I'm just throwing that out because there are already plans in place that we should all be talking about, that we should all know about, that every time something comes up, that those are the questions that property's asking, the property committee's asking or something. Somebody has to ask it before it gets to this level.
So I'm in favor of having it where the chiefs have selected. I think they spent a long time walking around and
I'm also in favor of it.
trying to figure out a good spot for it. It's an area that is right next to the walking trail. I think that's important too, you know, that you have access to it from the camp all the way down. You know, it's going to be right there. For me, I'm good with it. I think that the behavioral health building kind of skewed our plans a little bit, you know, for all of that to happen, because I envision that it's just going to grow, and really that, to me, that area is really set aside for medical, if you will, and we may be looking for another site for that for our cultural museum. Because it seems like we've got the helipad going on now, we've got behavioral health, and we've got a little bitty nook over there, you know, to build. That's my thought. I'm really liking this because it to me, that section's kind of outside the reserve and really more of a business medical area, to where this will be more traditional to where our camp is, our teepee grounds are, and everything is just like right there. Makes sense. I like it.
Well, I think it's you know, I mean, it by itself is a great spot. You know, I sure have envisioned having a cultural retention zone where, you know, we have a dance, you know, a larger dance area to be able to have homecoming at that you know, an amphitheater, you know, to be able to share our star, you know, and our you know, our stories with the stars, and our Earth Lodge is kind of in that same area, and I think there is more power when we can put those things together. So I super want this to happen, but I do want us to have we need to have already had these discussions and have already planned our zones, but we need to make that happen, and I think that's our bad. I think we need to we've got to find a way to get together and really discuss these things, and I know there's folks who are already doing that, but I think on our level, a little higher level of thinking of a retail zone, you know, or medical zone, you know, this cultural zone. An educational zone. You know, I sure envision us being able to to do so much more, and part of that is, you know, like the museum side of things. Who's going to come see the museum, right? Is it just going to be us who comes in here and there? You know, I sure want to see that in that retail zone that we become a destination, a place for people to come to when we have maybe our Pawnee cafe, there, and an art gallery, and a gift shop, and all that around that retail thing. And by being together, there's more power on the retail side of things. And in the same light, I think, when it comes to a cultural things, by putting those together, they have more power. But anyways, I think that's a great spot. But and I don't know, I'm sure we're not starting this tomorrow. So, but I would sure like to face those zoning issues really quickly, and start really putting real thought into that so that these things, come up and we can actually have a thoughtful answer.
Thank you for that, Councilman Evans. Council, any other questions?
I don't have any other questions, but I do want to thank you for at least hearing me out, because it's
I have a
future
comment.
planning. But I'll make a motion to approve. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead and make your motion.
Oh, I make a motion to approve this resolution.
Motion's been made by Councilwoman Butler. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilwoman Kimball. Treasurer Chapman? I did have one question, though. As you were looking for certain areas to put this Earth Lodge here, is this to scale, this drawing here?
No.
I figured it.
Actually, that circle is a lid for a water. So.
Oh, okay. I only say that is because I'm sure you walked it out and that's enough adequate space, because there's, I think, what is that, a cellar or something right there that's just
Yes,
north of
and
it?
it was recommended to just cave that in and
Cave the cellar
cover
in?
it yeah.
Okay. All right, I just didn't, because you got the road here and then you got the walking path. It's kind of like, it's just like right in there, and I didn't know made sure you guys walked it out, and as you guys are building it, you're encroaching on the road or you're encroaching on that cellar or walking path. So
Our TIPO officer went out there, LiDAR'd it.
That's what I was going to ask
and
too.
And he
yeah,
was
if they
going
wanted
to probably ground penetrate it as well, he said. But he didn't see nothing on LiDAR. And he said if he had any questions on it, he would take his GPS out there or GPR out there
Okay.
and run it over. But he didn't think there was anything.
Okay, and then just random question too. Did you guys have it surveyed to make sure there's no existing utility?
No, that was going to be our next deal.
Okay.
Once we get past here, well then I'll get a hold of Okie Bug and have them go out there.
Call before you dig.
Yeah.
Okay, Treasurer Chapman has a question.
Okay.
I was just wondering, it sounds like you're getting pretty close to start.
Yes, we are.
That's good. Glad to see that. Very important to our people, our culture.
Yes.
Thank you for your service in doing that.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I agree. And I just thinking through it, as much as I want things to be grouped and that's a pretty good spot, And I just, I sure don't see something else needing to go there. So I think it would be prominent and good.
I guess as we're discussing this, and I know there's motion on the floor. Parking wise, is that something that's eventually going to be looked at for that area, or is this just going to be undisturbed and people will just walk to it from the existing parking?
I would like to see parking there. Yeah.
Okay.
Somewhere around there, maybe around on that north side.
Yeah. Okay.
Of it.
Yeah, that was part of our talk.
Okay.
That was really, yeah, it was. It was part of our talk.
All right. If no other discussion, we'll call for the vote, please.
George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare,
Aho.
Gene Evans,
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes, thanks, Pat.
Thank you, council.
All right. Thank you very much, Chief Leading Fox, for being able to be here, for answering questions and presenting as well. And then final item under 4C, new business item 4C, approval of resolution 2411, calorie pear tree planting prohibition and removal. Councilwoman Hare?
Yes, and I hope this one goes a little smoother. So The resolution 2411, the calorie pear tree planting prohibition and removal. So this is a tree, this was brought to us by the Ag Committee, and they have recommended removing and banning the planting of this tree. And if you're wondering, are those the beautiful pear trees with the flowers? Yes, it is, and they are beautiful, but they are, they're also known as Bradford pears, but they are taking over as a, what do you call that term? Yes, invasive.
They're invasive to our
Yes, they're
native
invasive.
species.
And so our property has already started removing, and they're wanting to ban the planting of them and to continue removing. I think the problems are that they take up a lot of water, right? And they have large root systems.
Yes.
And they
They're strangling our
Yeah.
cattle feed,
Yeah.
natural grasses.
So they have, Ag has made that request, and it's come to property, and we have approved it, and we are forwarding it to council for approval.
And I'll make the motion to accept that.
All right, motion's been made by Councilman Kimball,
Second.
seconded by Councilman Evans. Council, any discussion on this resolution? Councilwoman Butler?
Not on the resolution, but it looks like this is probably the start of creating agricultural laws. And, you know, because things like this would be part of that. Other, you know, indigenous plants and stuff like that, that goes along with what needs to come back to this area. I just want to throw that out there, that maybe that's something that the Ag Division looks into, or even the Ag Committee looks into, with also possibility of talking with Tippo, because he's very knowledgeable on things like that as well. I think he's even mentioned it once before, why don't we have any ag laws? But I'm just throwing it out there that that's where that part of this discussion was going to go for me. And I think it's great that they're looking at things like this.
Randy Ledford is the one that actually brought it to the attention of the Ag and the cattle program. They're currently cutting down at the cattle keepers, if you will. They're cutting them down as they see them. They're trying to take them down to the root base. They are destroying the natural habitat of our cattle, and they're really impeding on our ecosystem out there with water tables and such like that. So we're trying to get rid of them as much as we can. And really, this initiative is to say you cannot plant them here within our reserve, and if you see them, we're going to cut them down. There's a huge one right on the west side of IHS I just saw the other day. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. But it has to go.
Oh, I see what they look like on Google. I was like, man, look like nice looking trees too.
They're
beautiful.
Pretty They're beautiful trees.
And they have a really bad odor to them too.
Yeah.
They real stink.
The only thing that I have for the resolution is that on the resolution under the second to last whereas, it says pear trees at tribal headquarters and grazing land owned and operated by Pawnee Nation Division of Agriculture over the next 3 years. If we could just remove over the next 3 years, because then we're limiting them,
great.
and that way it gives them from here on out that's part of what they're going to take care of.
Yep,
Yeah.
That would be my only recommendation for that resolution.
agree.
Do we have any of these trees that are not like in the grazing area? Like I said, I Googled a picture of it. So there's some like in like parking lot, like islands and stuff like that. I mean,
Yeah.
are there some areas where they're actually like,
No.
no, we don't have them anywhere else?
Not going to be a problem.
Okay. I was just curious.
Oh.
I didn't know if we,
No.
landscaping wise, I'm talking on the landscaper
Yeah,
side now.
landscaping.
If that's,
They're so beautiful. I'm glad I didn't
they
get
are. I
any
just
at the
looked at them, I was
house.
like, man,
It is, they are.
it's gonna
But
be
I'm not for sure
Yeah,
who made
they come from Vietnam and China.
Oh, wow.
I didn't know that. That's where they're rooted from.
I'm not for sure who made the motion, but if we can get
Yeah, I
added
made the
with
motion
changes.
to
It was
accept,
Samuel.
to pass 2411
With changes.
with changes. Thank
Okay.
you.
You accepting?
Yes.
Okay, motion's been made with changes and seconded by Councilman Evans. If no other discussion, call for the vote, please.
George Gardner, yes. Carol Chapman,
Yes.
Cynthia Butler,
Yes.
Donna Hare, Gene Evans.
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. It's gonna look like a treeless place around, hey, just kidding. We'll go ahead and,
Thank you, council.
yes.
Next to my maintenance barn, there's a big one there, that's gonna have to go.
Probably.
According to the resolution,
Sure hate that.
It is, it's big. It's big.
It's probably beautiful.
and I guess that was my question, I mean, does that affect like is it affecting the grazing land where that's located?
That's
even?
exactly what's going on. It's impeding the natural habitat for the cattle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why, that was why it came to it, and, yeah.
I'm not a tree hugger now, I'm just.
Hey,
I
that's
just saw
my
the
word.
news, I was like, man.
That's my word. I like tree hugger.
Yeah.
Did you go to Stanford?
Councilwoman Butler?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just seeing what's next on the agenda. Can I make a motion to amend the agenda to move open forum above executive session? To get that out of the way.
Yes, a motion's been made to amend the agenda to move open forum above executive session. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilman Evans. Call for the vote, please.
Yes.
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 All right, motion carries. Item number 6, open forum. Do we have anyone who would like to present during open forum? Jamie, do we have any questions or any comments online for open forum?
So we did have a couple of comments. One of them was concerning the solar project, was from other companies that have installed panels on property. It's always good to not overproduce solar energy from a business point of view. And this is such a very large scale to be installed, so yes, we need to be very detailed. Another person, in regard to the tobacco rebate, said that we should support Mr. White. There is a reason why Mr. White has been in business for so long, and that they trust his insight in his business. Another tribal member commented, no sales equals no revenue, and to support our businesses on the reserve. And that is all the comments from Facebook.
Okay. Well, I do appreciate those comments from our tribal members, and also too for them watching and tuning into the meeting as well. For the solar, that one again was tabled, and with that as well, there will be a feasibility for that, so that those comments that have been made will be taken into consideration as they do the feasibility for that. And for the tobacco as well, for the rebates, that's definitely going to be obviously considered as we have this discussion amongst the council, and also too among TDC and Mr. White as well. But I do appreciate those comments from our tribal citizens. Council, anything to add or anything to that? All right. Well, thank you.
There was a comment on our tribal page for the tribal members on Facebook that asked people to kind of slow down within our residential areas because the weather is so nice that kids are out on their bikes and they're playing, and to please take a little caution when you're driving through our neighborhoods.
Yes.
Yeah, so I just wanted to put a reminder out there for our folks.
Definitely, yes. Take it slow through those areas for sure. Obey the speed limits, and also like what Councilwoman Kimball said, just keep an eye out for those kids as well. They like sometimes just to dart out in the street sometimes, so just keep an eye on that.
A lot of bikes.
And we gave away a lot of those bikes.
Yes, yes, and a lot of them are riding bikes from what they got from Christmas. Finally get to ride them. I'm sure some of those Ville kids are out there just all bundled up, still trying to ride them too. Love those bikes, so that's good. Well, if no other discussion in an open forum, then we'll move over to item 7, which is executive session. Do we have a motion to move into executive session?
I'll make a motion.
Motion's been made by Councilwoman Butler. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Evans. Secretary Gardapi, please call for the vote, please.
George Gardapi, yes. Carol Chapman.
Yes.
Cynthia Butler.
Yes.
Donna Hare. Gene Evans.
Yes.
Sammy Kimball.
Yes.
Motion carries. We will move into executive session. I want to thank everybody here from the public, and this time we'll move into executive session. the shine off my face first. Oh, dang, just did it. No. It's late. It's very late. Council, do we have a motion to come out of executive session? Motion's been made by Councilman Butler. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilman Evans. Call for the vote, please.
Yes.
Motion carries. We are out of executive session. In executive session, we had two items to discuss, and the first item is discussion and/or action on Resolution 2407, Attorney General selection. We did meet with the candidate for the Attorney General, and at this moment, we are still discussing with the Attorney General, so the council is looking to table this item after we have further discussion with the candidate. So is there a motion on the floor to table Resolution 2407? Motion's been made by Councilwoman Kimball, seconded by Councilwoman Butler. Call for the vote, please.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 2 in executive session was discussion on staff shortage. And as we discuss this as a council, we do recognize that we do have a tremendous staff here at the Pawnee Nation, but we also acknowledge that we are in a situation where we are short on certain areas in our programming and staff. And so what we want to do is be able to come alongside and offer the support and help that they need. And so we had some good discussions on that, and what we're doing is we're continuing to work with our acting executive director, Brian Kirk, on paths forward to help strengthen the staff that we have, and also to make sure that our programs and operations are continuing to move steadily upon as we move forward on the projects and initiatives that we have within the nation. And so currently right now, that's where things stand on the discussion on staff shortage. But again, I just want to commend the staff that we do have, those who are pulling the late hours, working weekends, those who are having to go above and beyond. Just thank you all for the work that you do, and the staff that's with us tonight as well. That also goes along with that as well, just the work that you all do. So appreciative of that. Council, any discussion on that item there? Hearing none, then we'll move to our item 8, which is set the next meeting date. I believe that's going to be March 19th. Is that correct? March 19th at 5:30. So will be our next meeting date. And so that brings us to our last item, item 9, which is, well, the email was sent to us to ask, and so I just assumed that I was going to be there. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, is that a quorum? I didn't know. Okay. Then yes, we will have a quorum. Yep. All right. Item 9, which is adjournment. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Motion's been made. Is there a second? Second. Call for the vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you, council. We are adjourned. It's 10:38. Appreciate everybody's time.